Good morning and welcome back. Today is the 9th of June 2026 and I'm going to go over my trade plan and levels I'm watching today. And before we start, I'd like to start off with what news could move the market. Nothing really 8:30, nothing really pre-market, trade balance, and low volatility again today. So we've got home sales at 10, wholesale inventories at 10, so just be wary of that. That could make some changes later, but it's low volatility. Large orders currently sitting on the book, pretty much non-existent as well, so nothing really exciting going on. In fact, the market's not doing a great deal. It's kind of sitting in the same place it was yesterday. Maybe it's waiting for something. Is it waiting for the SpaceX IPO on Friday? Maybe. So we're just going to trade what we see. If we see anything, sit on hands if we don't. So I'm going to go through my watch list today, and we're just going to quickly just open up TradingView. I'm going to start off with a daily time frame, and you can see I've already pre-drawn a chart in. Are we starting to draw out this pattern? We've got our left shoulder, our head, and our right shoulder. Start my pen. So potentially that's something we could keep an eye on. This could be a sat pattern. We've got the trend break, we've got the left shoulder, we've got the head in place. Are we putting in a right shoulder right now? So it's just a guide. We don't really know, but it's nice to know in advance what could happen. So that is a daily pattern I'm watching for. So even though we had a big sell off on Friday, we're kind of holding that neckline area, 73.50. We've been holding it as a significant area, big volume shelf as well, and we weren't able to break through it after that big move down. We had that, remember I said yesterday we had a big moving day Friday, and then I said yesterday might be a bit of a smaller moving day, and that's exactly what we had. It hasn't really done much. Managed to retrace 50% of Friday before giving it back again, and we're coming back up to that area. RSI, however, volume, however, big red selling candle on big over above average volume, one of the highest volume bars we've got so far this year. And then yesterday we had a bit of a sell-off, a bit of a buy and then a sell-off in the afternoon, and we got above average volume. Notice a topping tail. Today we've got quite low volume, but we've not started yet to see where we are, and it'd be interesting to see. RSI kind of sitting in that neutral area around the 50% area, so I'm not overly fussed about watching for big reactions. We could just have a few days of inside and waiting for whatever is going to happen on Friday potentially. Looking to the left on the daily, we've got our volume shelf just sitting here. Notice where it is. It's on that potential neckline. I'll call it a potential neckline. We don't know it's going to be a neckline unless we see this pattern set up. Volume shelves above on the daily happens to be on the left shoulder or potential left shoulder, that area confluence as well on the head. And are we going to be putting in a reaction to that right shoulder? So keep an eye on 75.50 area, 75.600 area as a target if we are going to put in that pattern. And we've got a little volume shelf above as well, happens to be near the high of the day and the top of that head, on that confluence area. So these are potential areas to keep an eye on. These are areas that we could have reactions at. If we do break down and we lose this neckline, then notice how we do not really have a great deal of volume. We've got a volume void, and we may not have any resistance until we get down to the next volume shelf. Happens to be that area confluence, this area here. 75.100, 75.150. That's an area we were quite interested in a few weeks ago. We were just hovering around that area. We broke it, came back, retested it, haven't been back since. So if we do see a break on this volume shelf, I'll be looking for a break and retest, potentially down into that 71.50 area. Then we've got the big volume shelf. This is where the point of control is. Massive area confluence, and that's a psychological number as well. 7,000 is a big key area. So that is what I'm watching. That's the outlook, maybe not for today, but for the next couple of weeks. On the subject next couple of weeks, I won't be around from this time next week for a week. I'm going hiking. So I will hopefully keep the streams running, but I won't be able to monitor them while I'm away. Good morning to Mayo, good morning to Sunny, good morning to Pete as well. Welcome back. Appreciate everyone being here. So that is the daily, and let's drop down to the hourly and see we've got some levels today. We've got this amazing head and shoulders pattern we talked about for the last, we can see it setting up since, when was that? 22nd of May. We didn't really notice setting up until we put in that head, and then we kind of drew the right shoulder in, and then we kind of broke it last week on Friday, came back and retested that area 75.25, and then we had that massive sell-off. So that's where we are right now. Notice the big move down. We pulled back to around about the 50% area, 74.80. So that's an area on watch today. And then there seems to be the trend is to sell off, buy, and then sell off in post market. The same thing happened here. We sold off. Where was it? Sold off there, pulled back. Then yesterday we sold off, pulled back. So just keep an eye on that, because maybe we might just start seeing the break of that trend line and we break down and sell it back off again. So it didn't really, we were having kind of a sell off time. We sold off there and then pulled back and then sold off again. Kind of a tough area up here. So we know that because we were trading it. For me, if we see the pullback into this volume shelf, this zone here, then I like that for a potential rejection, and that'll be a really good break and retest of this neckline with the air gap I like to see as well. This break and retest here had no air gap. It just broke down depending on the time frame, but on this hourly there's no air gap. So not the biggest fan of those ones. I prefer when they pull back and then we have a lot of time to think about it. So keep an eye on that 75.25, 75.20. Also keep an eye on this 7,500 psychological area. So for me, this is a zone to watch for rejection anywhere in this zone. Preferably if we start coming back into that upper end 75.20. So what we can expect to look for is a push into that with decline in volume from buyers. And as we push into that, I want to see sellers come in on volume and pull back down. So that's kind of what I'll be looking for, that type of pattern. We are putting in a lower and a higher low. We haven't put in a higher high yet, so let's see whether we break out. We might be starting to pull back. So for me, we are inside yesterday's range. We're also inside Friday's range, so it makes it a tough area to trade. Yesterday I said we might not have much going on, and we kind of chopped around for a bit before we finally sell off near the end of the day. So I'm going to be scalping today, treating the day as a scalp. I'm going to be watching for a bounce down at 7,400. I'm going to be looking for a break and retest over pre-market high and yesterday's high into these zones. So I'm going with those levels, and that's pretty much it really. Yeah, obviously if we sell off, we've got a bounce down here. I'm watching for a bounce here. If we break this trend line, I'd like to see a break and retest back down, maybe below pre-market low into that 7,400. ORBs, if the ORB sets up around yesterday's high, and maybe even pre-market high, I'll look for a long into those levels or into that level. If an ORB sets up below and we break this trend line on the hourly, then I'll be looking for an ORB into pre-market low. That'll be a target. And again, I'm going to be treating today as a scalping day because we are right smack bang inside with a narrow pre-market range as well. So nothing really, I'm not a big fan while we're sitting inside these ranges. And that is pretty much it. Looking at the bigger picture, we can see volume. This is where the main amount of volume is. If I draw the rectangle all the way through here, and we're sitting right smack bang in that area. So while we're chopping around in this zone, I'm just going to be treating it as scalping only. I would like to see it break down out of that area under 7,400 or break over 7,450 area into that 7,500, and then I'll be watching this area for potential rejection. If we were to draw trend lines in from that head or potential head pattern, we do have a potential area we can watch for a rejection. If we get back up there, 75.25, 75.50 area, that's another area we can potentially watch, and that'll be still with this small break of trend. RSI on the hourly is smack bang in the middle as well. Volume on the hourly is looking a little bit less volume than the previous day, but we had a smaller range day. And that's it. There's nothing really exciting to look at. Going down to SPY next. We can see this big area of confidence down here, big volume shelf as well, around 73, 737, 740 area. If we pull back down to area, I like it for a bounce. Otherwise, I'd like to see a rejection at yesterday's high. Not much volume to the left, so it will be a scalp only. 740 we can probably keep an eye on. 745 we can keep an eye on as a break and retest along as well. If we come back into that zone, 750, big psychological number. I like that area for the rejection. SPX next. Yesterday we closed around that 7400 area, so this seems to be a bit of a key area, and we were holding it along this area. We broke through, rejected it, bounced above it, and then we kind of gapped up, and then we filled the gap yesterday. So we do like these gap fills. We still have a gap fill up here to kind of fill in at some point. So for me, we are going to be opening up probably a little bit above this area in this zone here. So let's keep an eye on that 7400 again. That's a target. That's a bounce area. 7500 is a rejection area, exactly the same as ES. NASDAQ next. It's pretty much doing the same. It's got shown a little bit more relative strength because we're kind of in pre-market high, yesterday's high. So for NASDAQ, if we can break over that area, come back and retest it long with buying pressure, so increase buying volume candles, then I'll be interested in a long into 30,000. That'll be a target. If we get to 30,000, massive volume shelf to the left. I like that area for rejection at the psychological number. So big psychological number there. If, however, we break this rather nice uptrend, and that'll be pretty much broken if we get down to pre-market low, but keep an eye on this break of 29,600, 29,750 area. Then we could look for an ORB short into pre-market low, and we can watch for a bounce back down here. Notice where yesterday's low is that area confidence as well. We broke it, retested, bounced, came back and bounced again in the post-market. So that's pretty much a nice little area to watch. I like this long. I prefer this to ES at the moment because we got a volume void slightly above that area as well. Look at that lack of volume. We do have some potential pivots and potential area, but we've got this big volume shelf all the way up to 30,000 with a big psychological number. QQQ, pretty much the same. If we can break out over yesterday's high, then we'll be breaking over that that 50 moving average, and then we've got a target of 732. Otherwise, if we break that trend, we can look for a break and retest short into pre-market low, yesterday's low. That's pretty much it for that. Oil is red when everything else is green. Coming up, I need to extend these trend lines, don't I? You could probably draw that in there. Let's just draw that in. I'll just extend the previous one. That holds that area. So oil, we're kind of hovering in this little trend, this little zone down here. We've got the massive big volume shelf here and the point of control, big area of confidence as well. 91.50, 91, 92, 90 area, this zone here. We've broken below that area, so for me I like a retest back into 91, 90 to 91 for the short, or look for a break and retest a pre-market low. Keep an eye on a pivot down here. We might be breaking this pattern. What I'm looking for when I break these patterns, I like to see it swing to the low, swing to the high, swing to the low, but then when it starts to not get past that area there and we start putting more swings in down here, that's showing potential weakness. Maybe we can look for a break and retest of 89 and 90 as we break that area. So just keep an eye on this area, and looks potentially like we may see a bit of a breakdown, but we do have quite a lot of confidence here as well, despite the fact we're breaking the trend line. That trend line is just for reference only. This is our volume shelf up here. Nowhere near as big as the volume shelves down here, but we're away from that area. So for me, if we get below 89, then I can look for shorts, but if we're holding this area, we can look for a bounce down here. Gold is also pretty neutral today. We've not been able to break this trend line. So for me, if we come back up into that area, it's 4,500, big psychological number as well. Kind of, you can see that level there. We held it, we held it, we held it, we lost it, rejected it, rejected it, rejected it. So keep an eye on 4,500. Could be close to that trend line as well. That's a rejection point. Otherwise, if we can clear this 43, this point of control area down here, big volume shelf, then I like the break and retest. But also, we could also be bouncing. Last time we got down there, we had this big reaction. So we are maybe reacting to it right now. Let's zoom in. So for me, if we can get over pre-market high, yes, I like it for a break and retest long. If we do, we've got this massive big volume void. Look at the lack of volume there to get through. So maybe that's a target. 4,500 psychological number is not a bad play. Otherwise, if we are just putting in this bear flag, if we break pre-market low, yesterday low, I like it short. RTY, got 10 minutes before the market opens. RTY. See, I like this for a long if I'm not looking at the rest of the chart. We've got this volume shelf, point of control, got this area of confidence just down here as well, and a little bit of a volume shelf, and we're kind of breaking into it. We rejected it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times already, maybe 5th time's the charm. If we break above it, maybe watch for a scalp long. I call it a scalp because we're coming into all of this potential resistance and all this volume. If we break this trend line, I like the break and retest under, maybe the orb short below pre-market low would be better. Keep an eye on 28.50 for a bounce. Keep an eye on that 2800 area here for a bounce. And then 2900 could be a target if we're long. Next up is YM. Good morning, Craig. Welcome back. Appreciate you tuning in. YM. We're at that zone. We've been at that zone for some time. We're holding that area. We can see the volume in that area as well. 50,800 is that bounce area. Notice where we bounced the last few days. We talked about that. We had the level in place as well. If we come back down to area, I like it for a bounce again. If we can break over yesterday's high and retest yesterday's highs or pre-market low, pre-market high around 51, so break and retest a 51,000 area. I like that long to break out of this area, this zone. Otherwise, we're inside yesterday's range and it's going to be a tough trade. We want to be breaking out of either of these really. That's what we're looking for. And then finally, Bitcoin is down today. Big selling down candle down. We've broken this last area of confidence. We've taken out that pivot as well yesterday, a few days ago. We are now just hovering around this area, kind of a little bit of no man's land. We do have a little bit of a volume shelf to the left at a pivot, but for me, I like to stick with the trend, and I like the breakdown under pre-market low, under 63 for a break and retest short, maybe 62,500 area. Keep an eye on that 60,000. Seems to be an area where we had a reaction, so keep an eye on 60,000. A little bit of volume. Looking at the daily on Bitcoin. Just so we've got some reference points, we can see clearly this area here. Areas of confidence, bottom to pivots, we're right smack bang in it as well. And then we've got all this volume down here. So maybe if we do sell off a little bit more, we can keep an eye on this 50,000, half of a centenary number, a big psychological number. So 50,000 is potentially an area we can watch for a bounce. You know, I like these psychological numbers. We had this 100,000, kind of held that area here. 50,000, 25,000, 75,000, which was all of this area here. And then we kind of came into it as well there. So for me, if we get down to 50,000, that will be a good bounce. I have been adding into my Bitcoin. I kind of swing trade Bitcoin. So I'm selling at the highs, buying at the lows. I know it's easier said than done. But I still keep a little tiny bit long term as well, not much, but I mainly swing trade Bitcoin. So, but this is the area I like for the bounce right now, exactly where we are. If we hit 50,000, then I might add a bit more, a lot more that I've been adding to my Bitcoin. And then I'll be taking it out on these pivots as well. And that is pretty much today's plays. So let's go back to ES, leave that on the hourly. Got a bit of time to watch the order flow. And don't forget, hit the like button, please. Really do appreciate that. It really helps people find the channel and helps the YouTube algorithm. So we've got 3 likes at the moment, and there's 10 of us in the room. We would really be grateful for you to like. Even if you don't like me, please like the channel. I think that's not a bad deal. Looking at the order flow, let's go back. I do like the break and retest a pre-market high, long ORB potentially into yesterday's high. NASDAQ was looking a little bit stronger as well, so if that breaks higher, we can watch for a long. We do have a delta flip down here. We had a bit of a delta flip here as well. and a delta flip down here. So lots of delta flips saying go long, which is interesting. So maybe buyers are kind of holding. Let's look at cumulative delta divergence. Nothing exciting happening. Price and delta doing exactly the same thing. Yeah, I can't see anything exciting happening really. Maybe a slight delta. Delta's putting in lower lows. Price in the last 6 minutes is putting in some higher lows, but I'm not overly fussed about that. Let's look at this. Got sellers at the low, got lack of sellers. So my delta flip doesn't just look for delta flips, it looks for exhaustion, absorption in the previous candles as well. It looks for a change of delta as well. So you can see here we had a big positive 430 and we had lots of negative delta. So that's a delta flip anyway. And then it looks for aggressive buyers coming in, and that's what it's got. So that's kind of why it says it's a delta. And then it gives a quality score. You can see it says buyers take control 85. So the quality of that is 85 out of 100. So it's confident, but not overly confident. We're looking for bigger confidence for that. 100% would be great. Got some delta coming in right now, but we've not got no price follow through. Mo, Craig going for the comments. Craig, Paul, I'm going to buy this once I get my first payout. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. Mo says, Paul, we love you and what you do for free. God bless you. One of the best out there. Oh, I really do appreciate that. Brilliant comment. Thank you. So I started doing this purely for myself as accountability. You know, if I put what I'm doing out there live, then I can't just come back later and say, well, I didn't really want to take that because, but I enjoy doing the live part of it, and because I get to speak about trading out loud, and hopefully we can all help each other. Lots of eyes on the market. Lots of ideas can be flowed past through each other as well. I'll be interested to see how we get on Friday with SpaceX IPO. Don't know what time that's going to be, but maybe that might move the market. It might be while we're having a bit of a lull in the market right now, where it's just going sideways, inside day after inside day after. We did have a big move on Friday, so I'm not surprised. You know, when you get a big move, you generally do have a little bit of a less moving day. Mo says you're welcome. Thank you. No probs. Yeah, so this indicator is brilliant. I'm not just saying that, my Footprint Pro, it just gives you X-ray vision into the market. And you've probably seen from my trading, and don't always, you know, sometimes the market doesn't read exactly how you want it to, but with pretty decent results, you know, even though you've got something that says buyers take control, that's just a reference and a confirmation only. It doesn't beat actual human eyes and gut feeling and intuition and watching footprints and order flow over and over for a few years. You kind of just get the idea, you just kind of feel for it. Try not to absorb so much information at the same time, but it's just a confirmation. So I can see that it looks for a swing high or low, and then it looks for absorption or exhaustion from the sellers, and then it's looking for a changeover where the buyers are taking control of the candle. And so it's just another confirmation to have on the chart without the chart being overloaded with lots of information, because it can get a bit overwhelming. I'm trying to make it so when we take those snap decisions on these scalps, it's just one less thing for me to think about looking at whether it is a proper delta flip or not. Market opens in less than 2 minutes, 1.5 minutes. Large orders, there's nothing sitting around on the book. I've made a change, by the way. Even though you see I still got ES on there, because I flipped over to MES, but then I only read ES order flow, and MES and ES are slightly different order flow. And because I've spent so much time watching ES, so what I've done on my copier, if I buy 3 contracts of ES on my copy, I've got it set to cross, so it will buy 4 contracts, but it'll buy MES contracts instead, but I've got it times by 4. So I've just got some of my paid accounts lined up today. So I'm trading, I think there's another paid account as well. So I've got 5 paid accounts, ones I passed yesterday, enabled today. But I've got it set to, I'm trading off my SIM account. And then what I do is when I copy to my paid accounts, I'm crossing it. So I'm using a MES instead of ES, but I've ratioed, I've got a scaling of 4. So because with Apex, I can only buy a maximum of 20. So if I buy 3 contracts of ES, it will buy me 12 contracts of MES. And I'm just keeping it smaller just to build up these paid accounts. I might even switch that down to 3 actually, which I'm going to do. My evals, I've just got the evals doing the same as well. I'm just doing that. I'm going to buy 3 contracts. Market's about to open. It is now open. So we've got some aggressive buyers coming in. I don't want to go long while NASDAQ is below pre-market high and yesterday's high. So that's a resistance area. We've got a buyers take control, another buyer's taking control. We've got a positive delta. We've got some weakness from sellers, but I'm not interested in going long just yet. Look at the delta. Delta will get some aggressive buyers coming in. So not much movement, not a great deal of volume at the moment. So buyers are holding. If we can get over pre-market high, I do like it long, like now, but I'm not going to go long yet. I want to see it break pre-market high. I want to see NASDAQ break pre-market high as well. It's kind of rejected it 1, 2, 3, 4 times so far. So we've got loads of room to ES's yesterday's high. That's why I want to see NASDAQ break over pre-market high and yesterday's high. I'll just show you what I'm seeing. This is my thumbnails I keep an eye on. This is what I'm looking at. So we're sitting at pre-market high down here. NASDAQ, look at that, rejecting. So that's why we don't jump in. So that's kind of what I'm watching on my top monitor. Big positive delta on a red candle. Doesn't look good for longs now. Remember, NASDAQ selling off as well. Big red candle. Despite the fact we put in a new high, there's definitely some form of divergence between ES and NASDAQ right now. So NASDAQ is having a red candle. ES is having green candles. I'm not a big fan when they diverge like that. I like seeing both doing the same. Lots of aggressive selling coming in NASDAQ. I mean, lots of selling. It's just kind of tanked. Whereas ES is holding it. So I did originally like NASDAQ long. I'm not a big fan of it now. ES is breaking out over pre-market high. Big aggressive buyers coming in. We're breaking the pivot on the price. So it does look good for a long. I do like this long, but I want to see it come back and retest pre-market high. Pre-market high is 74.60. But look at that for a buyers take control. If you found an entry here, I don't really trade pre-market. And then that one there, you could have taken that long for 10 ticks. That one there long for 10, 20, 30, 40 ticks, 50 ticks. That one there short for 30 ticks. So the filtering seems to be, there's a few noisy ones there as well. But again, I don't really trade. That's the European market. Here we go. So we're selling off. That's why we didn't go long for that exact reason. And again, you wouldn't know that without looking at order flow. You know, you're looking at charts, a break a pre-market high. And what I'm seeing at the moment is We got sellers showing the first, buyers showing the first sign of weakness here with that Delta Divergence, 316 on a red candle. And then we had lack of buyers going into the high. And then we did break out. And then we kind of held that area. Negative Delta, another negative Delta. So maybe, no, I'm not interested in shorting as well. Not while we're inside all of that junk to the left. Big volume shelf below as well on this 5 minute. There's a volume shelf sitting at 74.45 on the 15 minute as well. Obviously, I'm trading my paid accounts now today. For last week, I've been trading my evals. So paid accounts today. So I'm going to be even more cautious, especially when you first get the paid accounts. These are the trade and drawdown Apex accounts, and so it means I got trade and drawdown. So I don't think I want to be hitting my trade and drawdown too soon on them now. So I will trade them. That's why I kind of reduced my size a little tiny bit. On Apex, they're new accounts. These are the new accounts as well. You can only trade a maximum of 2 ES contracts or 20 MES, hence why I put the scaling in. So big positive delta down here. Got some few sellers. Look at this. Aggressive buyers are coming in now. Aggressive buying delta, buying imbalances, lack of sellers on that last candle. So this could be good for a long if NASDAQ confirms a long as well. So I'm going to be looking for a potential long. Still want to get over that red pivot. I do like it long into yesterday's high, but only if price pays. If I can see price and delta in line with each other, which they are at the moment. We're kind of holding that area. 74.63. Negative delta coming in. Big bottom tail on NASDAQ, but price is not reacting on ES. Or maybe that was the reaction. So we've broken that previous pivot. Technically, we broke and retested pre-market high, and I kind of missed it. Wasn't really paying attention. That was the break and retest here, I guess. Small negative delta on the breakout, but big positive delta. So I do like it long still, but I don't really want to be getting in now. I'm chasing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles, 6 green candles in a row. I'd like to see a little pullback to retest that high there, that 933 candle. Where was our pre-market high? 9:10. So we didn't really get close to retesting it, I don't think. Oh, I suppose we did. That was the high there. We came in, lost it, broke out. So maybe I should have taken it. But maybe the clue was, I did say buying imbalances coming in. That should have been a long. I didn't realise where the pre-market 74.60 exactly there. Buying imbalances over that pre-market high. So that is the break and retest where buyers are coming in on pre-market high, break and retest. Again, you don't see that on a normal candle. You only see that on footprint charts. Big aggressive buyers on this last candle. So I've probably lost the opportunity now for longs. That's why I'm going to be patient and we'll wait for the next setup. Massive bottom tail on NASDAQ, the 15 minute. Delta's not having the same reaction though. Small bottom tail. So this could be the red candle we're waiting for. Only 9 aggressive buyers though on the high. Lots of selling imbalances. And also negative delta at the high and negative delta on a green candle. So this is potentially telling me that there's a bit of a reversal coming. 1 second. Again, if we don't take a trade, we don't take a trade. Big green delta, followed by the red delta. NASDAQ literally bounced off of the 15-minute 50 moving average. Confidence area as well. So we are coming into that high, what I said, I like the bounce off 74.63 area. Look at the volume on this candle. 5,400. Mainly trans, maybe at the top of that candle. 74.66. You may have noticed as well, another update to the footprint indicator on this chart. I've got my volume bar in the middle now instead of on the outside. On the other live stream, you can see it's on either side, but I moved it to the middle of the candlestick so that the numbers are less cluttered, so you can see the numbers better. So if you use Footprint Pro, then you can choose where you want the volume. You can have it on the left, on the right, or in the middle, or just on one side on the right. So negative down on the green candle. Lots of sellers in this candle as well. So not convinced on a long yet. NASDAQ wasn't able to break. It rejected that pre-market high yesterday high again. So the only play we've had today was the break and retest of pre-market high, which I didn't get in. I missed it actually. I wasn't, you know what, I knew the number, I knew where I was watching, but I wasn't really paying attention. I even said we've got buying imbalances here as well. We had buying imbalances come in. Should have gone long as it broke that red pivot, and that would have been a nice 20 tick move. I would have trailed out, but that's fine. Patience is what it's all about. I started building the outline of the risk management course I want to do as well. So I've got a outline. It should take about an hour. So I will set up a Zoom link at some point, and then I'll record it and I'll edit it for YouTube as well, so you can watch it back. But it'll be a live Q&A in it as well. So if you're interested, then keep an eye out. I'll put it in the Discord as well. If you're not a premium member, it'll be on the free Discord as well. So keep an eye on that. And I'll put the information on when I want to do it. I was thinking about doing it Thursday night, but then I got an invite for unlimited beer and unlimited nachos for the opening of the World Cup. So what do I decide? Do I go for unlimited beer and nachos, or do I sit down and stare at my screen on Zoom? Yeah, exactly. I'm torn. I know you're thinking, go for the Zoom. So this is the break and retest here. We've got buyers coming in. We didn't have many buyers around. There wasn't a big fan down here. If we can get a big buyers breaking out, I'm going to go for a long now on the break of that pivot. So I'm now long. Aggressive buyers coming in. I like the delta as well. Hopefully we can get our 10 tick. NASDAQ is putting in a bottom tail. It hasn't broken pre-market yet. But I like this long. Let's see if we can get 10 ticks. It'd be great if I can get 20 ticks. I can get to break even. Let me just see how many contracts I've got so I know what it's working. So I've got less than 20 on everything. That's fine. So I've got 9 contracts, 15 contracts. I didn't even hit my 10 ticks. Come on, you can do it. Big aggressive buyer coming in. This is the 10 ticks. I got a good feeling. I can see the delta. Here we go. That's the 10 tick. Aggressive buyers are coming in now. So I will be tightening up. Massive 600 delta on that last candle. I've got this 2 point of controls down here. Hopefully we can have, where's yesterday's high? We're coming into yesterday's high, which is 77. So that's what I'm kind of hoping we'll break through. NASDAQ is taking out pre-market high finally. I'm going to do quick long on my top step account on NASDAQ, so I'm long NASDAQ as well. So come on buyers, let's hit my 20 ticks and then let's just retest yesterday's high and then I'll be break even to whatever happens. It's a risk-free trade from that point. I don't like the fact we've got all this buying and selling in this one candle. Look at the volume down here, 4,000 contracts. We're not selling off yet, which is a good sign. But I'm not a big fan, so I'm going to be getting probably break even. I'm happy to look for a re-entry if I have to. I just want to see the follow through. We're not getting the follow through. Negative down, lots of selling, lots of buyers also. Here we go. So we are pushing up now. The buyers have come back in. I'll still break even. Hopefully it hits the 20 ticks. This is my resistance area now. So if we can't hold above this area, then we're going to be breaking down. The NASDAQ's up $150, doing okay. There you go, 20 ticks and I'm break even. I've got one contract of ES left, but that translates to on NinjaTrader, because I remember I got the cross. My ES, that's my copier account, one contract, and I've got 3, 5, 3, 4, 3, 4. I don't know how it's worked out. I've got to keep an eye on this when I come out, because obviously if I accidentally go short and long, then they will close your paid accounts. You can't be hedging, so you've got to be careful when you're trading crossing between ES and MES. I don't know what my P&L is at the moment. Bearing in mind I sized down just for the paid accounts to build up the total. I think I'm up about $300 or so, $400. It's 1/3 of what I would normally be, basically, because Apex only lets you trade up to 20 MES contracts or 2 ES contracts until you make the first, I think it's first $1,000 of profit. So I'm trailing, obviously trading drawdown, so you need to move your stop. What's my NASDAQ? My NASDAQ's up $300 at the moment. That's doing okay as well. This is my NASDAQ. I've no idea what happened to this chart. So see, I just want to be fully transparent. I'm going to go to break even. So break even on NASDAQ. This is not a bad entry, eh? Talk about that. We had patience to wait for this. Aggressive buyers coming in. Look at this, 500, another 500. So I'm going to put my stop below that 500, because obviously if we lose that 500, then the sellers are giving up. And this is part of my pre-market plan, the break over pre-market high into yesterday's high, which I took some off. NASDAQ's on fire. And again, we waited, we were patient with NASDAQ as well. We saw the bottom tail candle, we saw the buyers come back into the market. I still don't want to buy into pre-market high, yesterday high, because it was rejecting it 3 or 4 times, which is why I waited. As soon as it broke out over with confirmation, so I'm now just trailing my NASDAQ. Guaranteed $462 on that, whatever happens. Pretty much what I'm doing here. Got my target here set for 74.91. I'm going to put that closer to 75 if it gets there, just below, and I'm going to be trailing. Massive big 800 delta. So again, I'm trailing the bottoms of these candles, so I'm not going to give any profit back. The market ain't getting nothing from me today. Anybody else jump in with me? Mayo says that's an easy one. Beer. Yeah, exactly. Although Craig said Zoom, so Craig's got his head screwed on. He knows what he wants. He wants education and risk management. Whereas me, I'm thinking beer and nachos. Here we go. So still putting in a big delta. So I'm trailing that big. How about this? This is a brilliant entry. This was. Again, it was easy. Just using order flow and waiting for the confirmation. We didn't jump in. We did potentially find an earlier trade, and that would have worked pretty well as well. But this is the better one. We had time to watch the market, wait for it to react. So the ORB's in, by the way, I forgot to say. And is that an official ORB? Did my... See, my algo thinks it's got it that this bar's the breaking bar because it opened on the ORB rather than the previous bar. Technically, the previous bar went below the midpoint, so it's invalidated anyway. So here we go. The first, look at this delta flip. So I'm tightening up below all these buying and bands. So this is exactly, let me just make this bigger. This is exactly what my delta flip looks for. Massive big positive delta going in, then a massive negative delta, buying imbalances, lack of sellers. So look, the sellers are starting to show up there, and then we come into the next candle. We've got buying imbalances, and then we're kind of holding. This is going to stop. Okay, stopped out, and this is why we tighten. So that's it. I'm out. Let me just make sure I'm out of all my trades because I don't use a cross. Yeah, look at that. It worked really well. That cross. I'll just show you. This is my copier. So I had it set for ×3 on some, ×4 on others, ×5 on my Apex. I just thought I'd keep it all the same as I was testing. And that was a perfect look. How about, look at that. That is a brilliant trade. One for a screenshot because I like doing these screenshots because it goes into my trade database. And you couldn't have nailed that any better. So looking at the delta flip up here, could we have found an entry, a short entry? I wouldn't have been overly excited because of all the buyers on the ask just there. All the buyers on the ask there. We do have quite a lot of volume as well up here as well. So we know it's a resistance area. Buyers and sellers are battling it out. But if you're looking for the first signs of entry, selling imbalances here, only one aggressive buyer up here. Again, I would like to see it pull back and then drop down. So because we don't want to be chasing. Because we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles in. It's chasing right now. And how many candles were in earlier? Okay, we pulled back. I waited for the break. 1, 2, 3. I got in 4 just on the break of the third candle in. So a little bit chasey, but that was part of my plan anyway. I wanted to break the pivot. Negative delta, so to me there'll be no buying here at the moment. Not for me. Oh, how did my NASDAQ do? I should have. I think it stopped out. I'm up. Oh, $450, $456.30. So that's me done on NASDAQ. I'm just building up my top step accounts as well. So that's good. So that's top step and that's Apex, both green for the day. I don't even know what I finished on Apex. So I'm up $550 on my sim, on my eval account. I'm up 1,100 on my ES contract. So that was good. That's what I would have got. That would have been my position had I got in on full size. But again, I can't take full size on these Apex paid accounts yet until I build up my. But I'm up. Here we go. I must just show you. I'm up 550, 450, 440, 330. So, and that's just a nice little boost. That's equivalent of me taking a couple of losses. So I can afford to take a couple of losses on those accounts without getting back down into my negative balance. So, and that's basically how I've been building up my Apex accounts. I've been trading the evals. Sometimes I slightly overtrade, but I do stick to like 2, 3 trades max. And then when I pass the paid accounts, I do smaller sizes, build up the buffer. I think I spoke about one of the paid accounts I had yesterday, which I've had since about November, December, and I blew it a few weeks ago. Taking a few payouts out of it, but I'm disappointed because I built that up to about $4,000 of profit when I took my first payout. Then I built up to about 6,000 or 7,000, and then I got denied a payout because I broke a rule, which I'm a bit annoyed with, but I didn't even realise I broke a rule. And then they took profits off me because I accidentally hedged, I think, or whatever, one of their rules I broke. And they, yeah, so you got to make sure you know the rules and watch your accounts as well, because even when I hedged, it was pure accident. I went long. And I think I came out, I got stopped out, but there was an issue with the platform and it went -1 contract while I went back in long again on the different account. So Apex flagged that as hedging. So anyway, that is that trade. Just looking at the comments now. Mayo said, yes, paper trading, in it profit, good for you. Craig, stopped out for 66 points on eval. Thank you, Paul, 66 points, that's good. So did you take 66 points and then you stopped out? And then Craig, and then Mayo says, oh, nice, thank you. And then Pete says, could you please explain again what you saw to enter long? Was it just the big deltas on the 10 range? Okay, I'm happy to do that. Let me just see how we react to this orb, because I like the break and retest of orb, and I'll go into that. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the long. It's already invalidated that candle because we've taken out the low, so probably not a valid breaking. Definitely not a valid breaking candle. That breaking candle is now invalidated, but we weren't a big fan of it anyway. Nasdaq is now back below pre-market high. Talk about getting people in long and then bring them back out again. Massive negative delta here, and then a positive candle with a negative delta. So not a big fan of the long still anyway around here, purely on this delta. So as part of my risk management as well, I've taken my green trade today, so I won't be taking any more trades. Not on my paid accounts. I might be tempted to take one on the eval, because that's one I'm building up. Ron says a break and retest of orb setting up. Yeah, and the break and retest could still set up. The only way I'd take that would be increasing volume on the green candle, breaking above yesterday's high. So 74.80 with a smallish candle, like a little buy setup. Here we go. This might be our first confirmation. Buyers take control on this delta flip. So what have we got? I can't see the delta. 317 delta, 350. So we had lots of negative deltas, and then had our first positive delta, another positive delta, then a small negative delta. Look at that. That's weakness from sellers now. We didn't have much volume on that last candle, that bottom candle here. So that's the only issue I don't like. So it didn't take many buyers for it to be a delta flip. And now we're just taking out the low. So, and again, these signals here are not, well, they're not signals. These delta flips are just for confirmation. You don't just take them because you see it. It's just one of the first things you look for. Are we reversing? Is it a delta flip? That means it's confirmed that's weakness from sellers. And you can see weakness from sellers here. Only 26 negative delta. Only 9 aggressive sellers at the low of that candle. Only 1 aggressive seller at the low of that candle. That's why it came up with a delta flip. And obviously we had a buyers take control. But there wasn't much volume. So look at that. Only 759 contracts in that candle. So for me, that wouldn't have been a delta flip. Maybe that's something I can program into this algorithm as well, to look at actual volume contracts traded as well. Because you want to see lots of contracts trading, so we know they've got actual support. So that's Ron's. So I would say, Ron, that's probably an invalidated break and retest. Craig says, yes, profit 66 points. Good for you. Brilliant. That's really good. Use 40 ticks on NQ. Oh, sorry. Do I use 40 ticks? I've currently got my NQ set to 30 range because I'm trying to find a balance between being able to read the charts and not having the charts go mental. Because if you have a 10 range, they're not readable. Here we go. I like this at the bottom, by the way. What stands out for me, firstly, we had our confirmation, and we had a confirmation of the second one. 1, 2, 3, 4 points of controls in a row. I know they're within a tick of each other, but that's why I draw them in green. So to see this, remember we had a bit of selling weakness there. And then we had 300, so we've got buyers coming in, a smaller delta, then an even smaller delta. Now we've got buying imbalances as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was a long, and then as soon as I see 9 buyers, I'm not a great deal interested. But if we can break this 2-minute trend line, I don't trade 2-minute charts, but I do use it for trend and delta divergence, and we get a big green delta come in, then a long over 74, 72 might be a nice play. That'll be potentially, I know we said it's invalidated, the breaking candle, but the break and retest, remember it's such a narrow range, this pre-market. We could say that's our range. And again, I know I'm making it up, you know, we like that little narrow range there, but it's subjective, open to your own interpretations what a break and retest is. Maybe you can use the midpoint, and if we break through that, then it's definitely invalidated, that midpoint there, which are coming into right now. So it won't be a break and retest. But I've taken really decent retests where we've broken down at least midway between the orb and the opening range high, and then waiting for the buy to break back out over the high point. So you could have taken it long there, and it could still set up. Nope, not anymore. So we've broken that candle. So erase all of the last 2 minutes from your minds, because to me that's not a valid break and retest now. And it also means those align point controls, which were, I like them when they are support, now become resistance. So let's just have a quick look. Where do we see a 2 in a row? Did I miss something? I'm sure. Oh, maybe it's just changed because I wasn't watching the rest of the market. We had 2 align point. Here we go. These 2 here. So we broke it. We came back and we bounced. So it looked like resistance. Then we lost it. Came back and retested it, that area. So it's a zone. Notice the selling balance is right on those align point controls. So that's the reason I like watching these areas. We see the bounce there. Maybe that could have got you in, but we would only had 9 aggressive buyers there. So that's a big no for me. On lack of volume as well, and lack of volume. So it wouldn't have been a long for me anyway. But I'm just trying to find a reason why we like this point of control. We bounced once, we broke it, we rejected it. So what was the ceiling became the floor. What was the floor became the ceiling. And now we're coming back up into that area. See how it reacts at that 74.68 area. So again, if we're looking for a bounce off the orb midpoint, pre-market low, look at this. Now this is a pre-market low break and retest, what I do like. Why do I like it? We had a nice even push up. We had a nice even pullback, 45 degree, with a big air gap. That's the air gap I like. Not a break and retest like this one here on the same candle. This is a 5-minute break and retest. So for me, this is a great break and retest. If we stay in the upper half of the orb, it might set up. So for me, the only reason I'd take it would be on this pullback here, on the break over yesterday's high and opening range high. So that's the only place I'd take this. Has to break the previous red candle, and it needs to have increase in volume. Notice decrease in volume, so tick, so that's a tick. We need to have increase in volume, still got half a candle to go, and we're likely to break that candle's volume. So that's another tick on volume. Pre-market retest, that's another tick. So these are all the confirmations we're looking at. What's my next thing I was thinking of? Is all these things were in my brain, I've forgotten it. Oh, an air gap, or an air gap there. That's another tick. So that's 4 confirmations. Again, we like the more confirmations, the better to play. Breaking off this 2-minute trend line, it's not quite there yet, but maybe that last bottom tail candle. That's another tick, another confirmation. A bottom tail candle shows buyers took control, another confirmation. We haven't got the aggressive buying yet, so we're waiting for this. So just keep an eye on the delta. And then we've got a confirmation on the order flow. Buyers take control on this delta flip. And let's just analyze it. So we had lots of negative delta coming into the low. Buyers came in here, buying imbalances. And then we only had 7 and 4 aggressive sellers at the low here. Lots of aggressive buying. Not a massive big volume in that candle. But we did in this previous candle. So look at this. Almost 3,000 contracts, minus 170 delta, so it wasn't a massive negative delta. Minimal follow through from sellers, so that means sellers weren't really that interested. And then we had lack of sellers at the bottom. I know I'm scribbling on this. Lack of sellers down here, and that is, to me, is another confirmation. So what's that, about 5 or 6 confirmations? So the next point, still don't take it. You need to wait for the entry. And the entry for me would be over or opening range yesterday high. So Ron says agreed. I think that's when we talked about it invalidated. It looks like it's invalidating again. Craig says, ooh, I'm not sure. I can't remember what we was talking about, sorry. And Andrew says NQ wicked right at VWAP and swept it off the opening low. Let's have a look at NQ. Let's bring it in on here. This is my ORB. Look at that. NQ's right down at the ORB low. I see that. Look at that. Do you remember we said earlier, it could be a really tricky day or two with everything waiting for SpaceX, with chopping sideways. Here's a good sign. Look at an official breaking candle, by the way, on NASDAQ, which invalidated itself. So that's not valid anymore. Didn't take it though. There's been no ORB plays. So here we go. Another buyers take control delta flip. Small negative delta. It's tough, you know. Personally, I'm not happy taking these, especially after the first half an hour. We got the volatilities in this first 15 minutes, and then after 15 minutes, it just slows right down. The volume drops off, and I'm not a big fan of going long or taking anything inside this opening range. I still like the breakout over opening range high and yesterday's high. We have put in another red candle, so you could say that's the buy setup at 75, 74, 70, 75, 74, 72 area. But for me, I would definitely not go long into opening range high and yesterday's high. It has to be over that area. It's got to be over that area. Looking at order flow. Sorry, I've not forgotten your question earlier about why did I take the entry earlier. I will come back to that. It's just too much exciting stuff going on. Yeah, I see you roll your eyes. So we got sellers coming in, a big green candle, and then we had a small neutral negative candle and a green candle, so a bit of a divergence. Then we had a red candle, 270 delta, followed, and then we were equally, that was cancelled out by those two candles there. Small buying candle, not a big fan going long still. And then even if I wouldn't have gone long anyway because we only had 75 delta. We're just not getting this here. This is the important bit, the delta to the right. We want to see buyers come in with intent and sellers are putting in lower lows. Buying is kind of just going sideways. So it's not a great long, not even a great short at the moment. So for me, sit on hands. Well, I'm done anyway. I'm sitting on hands anyway. So as there's nothing going on and we're sitting in a range, let's go back to the trade and I'll tell you exactly what I saw when I got in. Where was it? Over here. Let's go back to what I really wanted to get in on the break and retest of pre-market high, but I missed it and I wasn't going to chase it. So pre-market high was 74.60. And we're still, you know, that's a key area. We've been around that area some time now. So the market opened, we broke out, and then we were just watching, see what's going on. Wasn't too convinced on any longs just here. I liked pre-market high, but it definitely wasn't going long unless we broke over that and retested. That's what I wanted to wait for. So I'm waiting for the retest. So 74.60, and we talked about this in the pre-market plan. That's why we have a pre-market plan, so we're not going into the market blinded or blind and we're just guessing. We're going in with actual key levels on our mind. That's a really important fact. So you don't just go in blind. So market opened. Just looking at the candle. Where is it? 9.35. We broke out. 9.40 we came back in. So 9.35 we broke out. This was the opening. This was the pre-market area here. So we had that fake breakout originally at 9.33 where we broke out, came back. You could have said that's a break and retest. Technically it was. That's that topping tail here on the 5-minute chart. And then we came back in. We had negative deltas coming in, but notice how we had decline in volume. We had 2,000 contracts there, 1,244 contracts, only 1,000 contracts there, and delta was also reducing in the last couple of candles. So wasn't really, not a good confirmation. Then we had a big positive delta, which kind of cancelled out the last two candles. And then we had, this is the area here. So opening range, 74.60. That's the area I was watching. I wasn't really paying attention at the number at the time. I was watching the delta and the order flow. Then we had a big, almost 300 aggressive delta. So, and then we had all these buying imbalances. So for me, that's why I liked it. But then we had a big topping tail, a bottom tail I meant, and I wasn't a big fan of this minus 44, but we didn't sell off. And the entry should have been probably the break of that candle there. That would have been the original entry I was watching for. So that would be the break and retest of the pre-market as a scalp. And then, but by the time I kind of thought about it and my brain was kind of back and go, we had this massive big delta. To me, when I see a big delta, that is at a blow off top. Massive amount of volume as well. And then we sold off. So I was thinking, oh, glad I didn't take it. And, you know, that's why we look at order flow. If you're not happy, don't take it. And then we sold off, and then I said, right, if we retest pre-market low, I'm going to be looking for an entry. So we came back, we had 391, 327, and a massive big 750 delta, but we didn't get the follow through on the next candle. We had a negative delta on a green candle. So this is the first warning sign. Well, the first warning sign was there. The second warning sign was this negative delta on a green candle. So that is why I started keeping an eye on it. And then we broke that candle. So that would have been my stop. That would have been the low. 60 is pre-market. And again, don't forget, even though it didn't come down and retest 60, I look at zones. I'm not too fussed about it not being, as long as it's within proximity, within a few points or something, then I'm happy with that. So then we had those two align point controls. We had a positive delta, another warning sign on a red candle. That means sellers absorb buyers here, but the sellers didn't follow through. Then we had a small buying delta, so I wasn't too fussed here. But as soon as I saw 250, buying imbalances there. Then I saw 466 with a delta right on the low of, or the pivot, that area there. Then we knew we came back and we bounced. So I was looking for my entry as soon as we broke out. And you can see where my entry was, that green line. 74, 72, massive positive delta. And then if you wanted confirmation to stay in, and I remember I was getting a bit nervous because we went sideways for a bit. Big 599 delta, so that's a good sign. Pushed into my 10 tick. Then we had another 200 delta, bottom tail, so buyers, it pulled down, buyers pushed it back up, so I was confident here still as well. Notice all these green deltas. Green, 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 green. 500, and then we had 559, another big green delta. And I hit my 20 tick there somewhere, I can't remember where it was, I think it was up here. 20, there we go, 20 tick was hit here on that big delta. So then I was break even, so it's risk free. And then I was just watching the delta. I was watching the cumulative delta as well. We had aggressive buyers coming in at the same time. So there's no way I'm getting out of a trade when we've got aggressive buyers coming in. And then bigger delta, bigger delta, bigger delta, bigger delta. So I don't really look at all the numbers when I'm seeing good delta. And then as soon as I saw buying imbalances, this is why I tightened up. I was trailing anyway. Then we saw this delta flip with selling balance, massive 913 negative delta. I tightened my stop to the break of that bottom of that green candle, because if we're going to lose all these buying imbalances, then we're going to change trend. And so it did stop me out on my trail. And then look, and did I say it's going to change trend? And it did. And that's the reason I got out where I did. I use these buying imbalances as a confirmation. So if we lost that, then we're changing trend, and look, exactly that. And look where we came back up into. We sold down, came all the way back up into that region. And what's above there? All those buying imbalances. So that's the area. So maybe then if you're looking for a delta flip, you could have waited, wouldn't have taken it along here, wait for the pullback. And then on the first pullback, lack of buyers, only one aggressive buyer, big negative delta. You could have gone short there. 74.82. I'm not seeing how the market's done since. Oh, there you go. And that would have been a nice winning trade as well. And then that was it. That's basically, oh, look at that. So I've not even been keeping an eye on the market. So we had some, oh, this is the areas watching earlier. We broke down through that area. So lots of buyers took control. You could have buying imbalances. Remember, I like seeing this big green candle. Lots of buying imbalances there. A delta flip. So we had a negative delta, then a big green, and then lack of sellers. Then you could have gone long there on the break on the green candle. You could have got 4R out of that, maybe 40 ticks, and then I would have trailed out. But looking at volume, I didn't look at the volume on that breakout. Ignite, big igniting, so lots of volume coming in as well. So it looked good for a long as well there. And then we had lack volume at the top. And where are we now? And look at that, we're just grinding down. Another delta flip here. Small negative delta. And then we had a big positive delta. Lack of buyers basically up this delta flip. And then we sold off. And here we could have taken this one. Probably on the rejection or on the reaction to that. As soon as I saw all these aggressive sellers and only one aggressive buyer, only 8 up here by the way as well, only 4 there, and a massive negative delta, that would have been a perfect entry there. And look at that, and that'd been another easy 40 ticks, and we're back to real time. Wow, look at the market. I've been staring at my chart on this 1.5. It's amazing how you look at one chart in isolation, you don't see what's going on. Now, that is what you call get people in and then fake them out. So, Ron says, orb breaking candle, possible setup. That is a big wide range candle. And the ES, by the way, has just taken it short on my algo. It's been triggered in on that little whip. But I like to think we're cleverer than the algos. And Sonny says, thanks for the session, you're welcome. So massive negative delta, small positive, bigger negative. So I'm not a big fan on the long here, by the way, only because we're not getting much aggressive buyers coming in. Bit of a delta flip there, and now we just putting in a new low. So could I have... I'm too late now. I was going to say maybe I could get in one contract short. Not my page, just on my eval account, but I'm happy to leave it as it is. Like I said, risk management. You know when you're done, you're done. So Pete says, in hindsight, NQ gave a massive cumulative delta divergence on the 2 minute. Let's have a look. Just trying to... I suppose there was one, are you looking at around... I've got a little tiny monitor, which I've got the other stream running on. That was before we put in that high, I take it. Or just after, just before that last high, this last 2 minute green move up. Oh, look at that. I'm hoping somebody took this orb breaking bar, a valid orb. The red candles are generally a bit larger than those previous green candles. I don't have many green candles on this. Broken the pre-market low as well, which is good. So if we stay below that. So if you missed the original move, there's still 2 moves left. You can look for the break and retest of orb, even though we have pretty much got a big move back up to orb if we get there, or the break and retest of pre-market lows. That's one of my plays I like watching for. There's not a great deal from buyers down here, by the way. Small negative delta, only a small positive delta. There you go, and that's just confirmed. Like I said, no buyers down here at all, and minimal amount. Mayo's taking the short, just got out. Good for you. Good job. Really good job. Okay. Even when the buyers came in here, not really the follow through. Plus 94. lack of buyers at the high. So buyers are still not taking any interest in this area. Not yet anyway. If you're looking at big orders, we've got 74.18, 141, 73.92, 134, that's it below. And then 7,500 above 150, so not away from there. So if you've taken the orb short, I can put your, didn't quite hit 1R. 74.10 is 1R, happens to be yesterday's low. That's not a bad target, first target, yesterday's low. Rom, did you take it? 2-2 was late to the desk, but did take the short from 74.60. Great job. That's a great short. Here we go. Remember, we said watch for the break and retest or pre-market low. Didn't really touch pre-market low, but we can watch for zone. I like to see a bit of a green candle on the retest. Oh, excuse me. So even though kind of holding this area, I like to see a green candle on a 5 minute, just pushing back up. So we know we had a bit of a pullback on low volume. Look at this volume here, increase in volume from sellers. One sat on hands, and 212 says his target is 74.10. It's not a bad target to have. It's just in front of yesterday's low. I'm also literally sitting on my hands right now. Literally got my hands under my arse, purely because I was gagging to take that trade, and I'm trying. You know, sometimes you just want to manage risk, and we talk about risk management, and I'm literally just holding off. 212 says, did you take any trades? I did. I took a beautiful long earlier. Literally nailed the top on my exit as well. Let's just go back. There we go. So that was my trade earlier. We looking for the break and retest a pre-market high. I missed the initial entry and I waited for the pullback. And entry there, 10 ticks, 20 ticks, and then look at that. How about that for an entry? Lots of buyers, lots of aggressive delta coming in as well, and it just rolled all the way up. As soon as I saw weakness from buyers, I got out literally at the top just there, and then that was literally out at the high of the day. So that's another reason you can use footprint charts for, not for your entries, to time your exits. So we were literally out by 10 ticks of the high today, and that's only because we saw that 10 tick candle, we saw the buying imbalances, and I just put my stop right below that candle, and I said, right, if we lose those buying imbalances, then we're losing that trend. And what happened, we lost it, and that was literally the high of the day, and you couldn't have timed that even better. That was perfect exit. So here we go. This is a break and retest or pre-market low potentially now. Again, it's a zone. I'd like to see the green candle. And what's the volume doing? We've got a minute to go, and we've got a fair bit of volume. But don't forget, we've got sellers in that candle as well. But we can look at the order flow and the delta. Look at that. Our first decent green delta we've had since 9:48. So maybe it's a pre-market low area bounce. Am I a fan of this? Here, only 5 aggressive buyers at the high. Taking out small negative delta, another negative delta on a green candle. Yeah, not sure. Pretty neutral around here. So if you're in the orb, this is your break-even area. So the 2-minute trend's broken. 11.24. Delta's putting in a big green, so potentially, in fact I didn't see this, price was putting in lower lows, Delta was putting in lower lows until 10.20. That area there, where price just went sideways, Delta started showing signs of aggressive buying coming in. So maybe sitting on hands one is not a bad thing. Obviously we didn't see that until now. Well, I didn't see that until now. So a negative delta, a delta flip, a red candle and a positive delta with no follow through from buyers, with a lot of buyers sitting here. So now either they're going to be few, I'm getting out of break even, or buyers are adding. You're going to continue on. So we're not getting a follow through here on this bounce. One buyer, selling balances at selling deltas at the top as well. Volume has kind of just died off as well. You may have noticed also, if you have the old footprint chart, Footprint Pro, I've not put the update in yet, I'm still testing. The volume's been, I've changed the volume as well in this table. So before it was all blue, one colour, but now it goes highlights lighter when there's a massive or bigger relative volume compared to the previous few candles. So it just identifies in advance high and low volume nodes. So the darker the colour, the lower volume, the brighter the colour, the higher the volume. Right. I will be back in a few minutes. Back again. So the orb's still looking good at the moment. This is not really a break and retest of orb because it's quite far away from the orb low. But you could take this as a break and retest of pre-market low. Definitely got more selling than buyers at the moment. Not a big fan of the bottom tail on the 15. Saying there's a divergence setting up. What is that then? We've got you alright? Good day, school? Yeah. Good. So look at this, 2 aligned point controls with another point control in the same area. This is a resistance area, or we're going to break over. Look at that, selling imbalances as well. Then we had a bit of a delta flip just on that next candle. We had 114 delta. Massive volume bar there, so I'm not a big fan. This is not a very nice area actually. It's kind of just consolidating sideways on low volume. Look at all these low volume nodes. 560 is 1600, 540, 800, 600, 400, 200, 1100, 500, 400. And even the breaking candles are on lowish volume as well. So this is just not a great market right now. 1 second. Look at this. This is just low volume mush at the moment. Is anybody in any trades at the moment? Craig said, I looked away for 1 second and it pumped 60 points. Yeah, it's not exciting market though. If you have any issues with the stream, let me know, because I just had an error pop up on YouTube saying that there's a streaming issue. I don't think there is. It looks okay to me. I'm just looking at my settings. More exciting than watching what we're doing at the moment. And it's a good use of AI as well. Just copy and paste my settings into AI, and it just says, yeah, your settings are all correct already. So Craig says, still hear me. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I think the issue says about keyframe frequency of 4 seconds or less. I don't really understand it. I just followed AI when I set it up. Keyframe interval set to 2 seconds so that the thing doesn't go out of sync. So maybe it's just an issue with YouTube. I'll ignore for now. Any issues, tell me. But okay at my end. So here we go. Break the retest. This is the pre-market low. So I'm going to go to my eval account, which is 197. I'm going to, where's it, that one up there. If we break that green candle, I'm going to take a short. Let me just all my buttons as well. And make sure it's not an account I've passed. No, we've got a little bit of leeway on that. That's up 52. That's up $2,000 almost. No, $1,600. So I'm gonna do a break and retest for pre-market. That's one of my trades. I'm only going to do it on that one eval account. I wouldn't mind passing that soon. When I paid for the paid accounts, they are really cheap at the moment. $79 it cost me. It was 5 accounts, so it does mount up. But $79 was that about £59 here in the UK. So now is a good time to buy those bulk Apex accounts. You can pass them in one day as well. I don't encourage you to try and pass it in one day. I prefer to let mine build up. But buying in packs of 5, which is why it was the 5 I had, worked out a lot cheaper than buying them individually. And I generally try and trade with 10, sometimes up to 20 accounts at a time. Let me just put in my second. I'm going to put in half risk. And I'm going to do sell low. That'll be the low of this candle. So this automatically looks at the previous candle. It calculates my risk size. So normally I risk $400, but I'm risking $200 max loss to the left here. And it's automatically calculated the number of contracts I need. And it also calculates my entry and my stop. If we invalidate this candle, by the way, then I just hit live again and it removes my order. So it's a nice little indicator. I found it's open source one I found on NinjaTrader, but I've adapted it because I can now use the mouse for my entries as well. I've added low risk and I've improved all the code because the code wasn't very good as well. So I will be back in just 2 seconds. Back again. We're hovering inside this little area. I'm probably getting close to calling it a day now anyway. If this candle invalidates, then I'm definitely calling it a day. But volumes, look at the volume. Not a great deal of volume there from buyers, not really a great deal from sellers. So I might just save myself all the pain of watching the market and just close my, I've made the order, but I've not entered it yet. I'm kind of waiting for the break and retest of this pre-market low. Going with this downtrend. We've broken the 15-minute trend as well. I've not looked at the hourly. Broken the hourly trend as well. And I don't generally look at footprint charts or Delta unless we're coming into a place I like. Delta's holding, price is holding. It's not looking very exciting. If you're in the orb, it's still okay. It's putting in a bit of a bear flag right now. So you could say this is a bear flag as well. Let's just draw it in. That's the flagpole. We've got this pattern setting up with reducing volume as well. So it'd be interesting whether we go with the trend, which will be that way. If we break below pre-market low, then my order will be valid still. If we break above that red candle, then I'll be invalidating it. In fact, I need to go back a candle because my stop and entry, I want to use the previous candle. There you go. And I'm going to lock it. So I'm using this green candle here, the pullback. I want to break. What this indicator also does, it looks at the previous candle as well. So when we moved on to the next candle, it automatically adjusted my order. So it's tightening up. But a setup for me is a break of a green candle short. So I could have taken that other candle. It automatically moved it from this candle to this candle, but I didn't want to do that. So you've got the adjustment there, entry line, stop line, so you can move it back to the previous one. Here we go. So I would have been triggered in had I kept my last order in place, but I don't want it. It's got to be the break of this candle, the green. Look at that, holding that area. No buyers. A line point of control. We broke it. We came out. We tested. I'm now short 2 MES contracts. Oh, 2 ES contracts. I just realised I had ES on this chart. Okay, so even better that I need to keep it tight. Let me just make sure my order's in place and nothing else. Okay, it seems to be working. Although I don't really want to be in ES contracts. I'm just okay, so that's working a treat. How about that? That's at 1 hour already. So I need to put my stops in. My stop. I'm going to put a stop at break even already. How about that for a good entry? That's not bad, was it? Break and retest a pre-market low. Let's put my first limit in at yesterday's low. We're at 1 hour now. Hang on, there we go. That's the original chart. Fibs. So we're over 1 hour. So I'm going to trail my 1 hour. So whatever happens, I make 1 hour on this trade. Oh. and I'm going to go to break even. So whatever happens, it's a winning trade whatever happens today. So that's 1R. So I'm out at 1R. It's not tagged I just trailed it at 1R, and look at that, it's still holding me. Okay. So we're hovering around here. So I've just been tagged out at 1R. I've got one contract left. I'm going to target the 3R for that. I'm at break even. So it's, let me just see what's going on with my account, make sure it's all okay. Do you know what? I'm going to come out because something's not quite right. Flatten everything. I'm out. So something strange happened. So I'm just going to get out. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but it was a good trade, whatever happened. Okay, look at that. Hopefully someone else took that better than me. Because I'm doing this, I'm not sure why. Something strange happened in my account. I'm just going to reload my Apex because I should have gone short only on my what do you call it, eval account, but it went short on all the accounts. My trade copy is only set up to short using the sim. I'm pretty sure I didn't have the sim selected. Ah, and I know exactly why. Okay, I've sussed it. Because the strategy I've got enabled is enabled on the sim. There you go. But anyway, I'm out. And I did okay on that as well. So this is my P&L for the day. Where is it? Accounts. There you go. That's my P&L for the day. Ignoring my sim because that's an ES contract. I did it all on MES contracts. 1200, 1200, 1200, 980, 980, 980. So that's not bad. But I do need now to just I need to make sure I don't. Anyway, 2R. If you're in that trade, then you're up 2R. Nice easy trade. I'm annoyed at myself because I know I'm happy that it went on all my accounts, but it wasn't as my intention. It should have only been my one account, my strategy. I would have been still in it now, and I probably would have got close to passing that eval as well. Anyway, but that doesn't matter. I'm going into my strategies. My order buttons. So down here, I've got it set to account, set up with my sim account. So just got to be a bit, just got to. So there we go. Easy 2R. And again, we waited for that, and that was a nice, easy trade. Ron says, see you tomorrow. Yeah, good job, Ron. Great call on the break of the bear flag. Thank you. Craig says, 100 points, Paul. Wow. Paul, can you mentor me? And how much? I don't really do one-to-one mentoring, but I'm happy to answer any questions on here. I have been asked by a few people for mentoring, and something I toyed with the idea of doing it, but I'm not willing. I don't really want to be mentoring at the moment. But you can watch all my YouTube videos. and I'm happy to answer questions. If you join the premium Discord, then you get all my educational channels in there as well. And look at that for a move. Look at this. Yesterday's low target, gone through that. Well and truly through that. And that was a nice easy play as well. So I've just got to go through my Apex accounts now. Find out what was filled, what was not. Make sure I'm out. Always make sure you're out of everything as well. Make sure there's no orders left over. The amount of times I've left an order in place. So I'm just going through all my original orders. I'm getting a bit of a bounce around this area. Update time, here we go. What's the date today? It is the 9th of June. Sorry about this. I'm just trying. I find the Rhythmic Trader Pro really hard. Trying to find stuff today's date. That's what I'm looking for. MES. That's what I'm looking for. Making sure I didn't really get a chance to really see what my exit was. I just got out. That's fine. I'll just double checking as well that I didn't full fail of their 20 contracts of MES, which I didn't. That's fine. I'm just double checking. I just had a gut feeling because I don't want them to take back any profits. That's all I wanted to double check. Now, that last trade, let's just sort by date and time. Is it 14:45? I only had a maximum of 10, 4, 6, and 8. I think 14:42. Okay, well that's something I can look at later. I'll export them into my journal in a minute anyway. I generally don't import my evals anymore, just my paid accounts because they're the ones that matter. let's have a look, see what's going on. Find a bit of a bounce. Did we go through psychological? 7,400 psychological number. Let's just go back to my hourly chart. This is where we do all the analysis. So we got in up here, pre-market low. How about that? That's a great, now I'm looking back at it properly. We had this flag pattern. We put in that area there. We broke. Remember I said I prefer to see it break down there. I only used the green candle. So that's basically, I want to see it break the buying candle. I'm not interested in the selling candle. Could have used a smaller candle, and that would have got you slightly better risk to reward. The first target is yesterday's low. The reason I like that is because it's 7,400. It was a level and watch as well. And then we lost that area and we're back down. So 73.59. Let's just go back over my hourly pre-market plan, and then I'm going to call it a day. The reason I like the bounce down here, I talked about this earlier, is because we've got all this confidence, lots of these pivots, and we came down on there on Friday and we're back down there again. So that's an area to watch for a bounce. 7,400 psychological number. That was a bounce area, but we've broken through that, so that's now invalidated. But we watch for a break and retest short, and if we retest that short, we'll be retesting that pivot there. So keep an eye on a break and retest of 7,400, or the retest now. We've broken it already, and that's pretty much it. Look where the volume shelf is, just slightly above. Oh, don't want that one, we want that one. The volume shelf is in that zone as well. So we've broken through all that volume. We've broken through previous pivot from last night, and then so now we want to see it pull back into that zone for the retest short, and hopefully that will be confirmation of I want to get down below that 73.60 area to confirm this daily, hourly, 4 hourly change of trend. And we're putting in this big this big daily. This is the left shoulder, this is the head, that's the right shoulder. So remember we put this in. Let's go back to the daily. You'll see my nice drawing. It's a little bit stunted at the moment. It needs a bigger right shoulder. I like to see it a bit more symmetrical like that. But we could just go sideways for a few days before breaking down. But, big left shoulder, a head, a small right shoulder. I'm happy with that as well. It's still the same pattern. That's our neckline, and we're holding that area still. Anyway, on that note, I'm going to call it a day. So I'm just going to go through, put everything in my journal. I'm just going to double check. I'm going to watch what my entry as well, because I just want to see what happened. I don't know what happened to my. I just want to double check. I like to be in full control of my trading terminal. I don't like the fact that I went to get in one contract. Oh, I know what it was. We talked about it. It was because I had my strategy set to use the SIM account, not my individual account. I need to remember that for the future. Normally you set things, you forget it, and just leave it at the defaults. But a good day. So an easy, nice, brilliant win here as well. That was brilliant. I like that. That was a nice. I got out at about 2R, but it went about 4 or 5R in the end. Let's see. Let's use that candle again. Why is that not getting fibs? Here we go, fibs. Almost 4R. So that's a nice, easy 3R trade. And it would have only taken 10 minutes to get down to 3R, maybe 3.5R. Notice the volume. We had a big volume bar there, and we've got declining volume at the moment with only 45 seconds to go. So that's like, remember I said I like watching for declining volume. We are technically now doing a break and we've done the break and retest of pre-market low. We are now technically doing the break and retest of yesterday's low. So it's another valid trade as well. Not for me. I've done my trades. If I do any more, I'm over trading. So that's 2 trades, 2 winning trades for me today. So not a bad day. Just make sure no more comments before I go. Andrew says, if we lose Friday's low, could be very interesting indeed. Yeah, that's what I'm really waiting for. Craig says, thank you so much. Getting off. Have a good day. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Okay, yeah, appreciate everybody. Don't forget, if you're still here, hit that like button, especially if you haven't already. And especially if you followed my trades as well and you made some money, I would appreciate that as well. And I will be back tomorrow. Have a good day. Remember, A+, no over trading, manage your risk, and don't move your stops and all that. And I'll see you tomorrow. So thanks everybody for watching.